And now you can probably spotlight me.
Spotlight for everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for joining.
Recording in progress.
So we're just gonna wait for people to log on to the class. There's quite a few people today, so and sometimes because of the time difference, people may log in an hour late or an hour early. But no worries, because the class is being recorded today, so everybody will have access to the recording of this class afterwards, and you'll be able to watch this video anytime you like, redo the class, or just go back to certain parts if you need help with it.
Princess coloring books, but they had Easter egg coloring books. I put it on your table there.
Please just mute people as it comes. And one other thing I would like to add today, it's a large group, so I would ask that you mute your microphone unless you're asking a question. And there'll be natural breaks in the class where I'll allow for questions and we can have some discussions. And you can also raise your hand on Zoom or type something into the chat. And my lovely wife, Renee, the Winnipeg bred Min, will let me know if you have questions. I'll try to address them. So while we're waiting for people to log in, I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Jared, and I've been baking for over 30 years now. And yeah, I've had some commercial bakery experience. I worked in Whitehorse, Yukon, in a bakery called the Alpine Bakery, this beautiful log building with a wood-fired oven in it. And we made organic sourdoughs in a wood-fired oven, and we milled some of our own grain. And that was an excellent experience. And I also worked in a wholesale Italian bakery in Guelph, Ontario, called the National Bakery. And we did high production there. And so I learned a lot of great techniques there as well. And since then, I've just been a home baker enthusiast, and I bake all the time. I never get tired of it. I love it, and I love passing on that information to you guys. I started Winnipeg Bread in 2021 during the pandemic. We had a family Zoom call, and we all made bread together, and it was so much fun that I thought I would open this up to the public. So once again, thank you so much for joining today. And I'll just get a count and how we're looking there, Renee.
We have 25 logged in.
Okay. You're just muting as you go along?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I'm just gonna wait maybe 2 more minutes. We'll get to like maybe 10:05, and then we'll start the class. Does anybody have any questions before we get going about any of the process or the ingredients or anything like that?
Yeah.
Good. No questions so far. All right. And in case you
What is the best flour to use? I have Robin Hood.
oh yeah, the best flour is just, that's subjective. So it's all-purpose flour is usually pretty good. It has less protein than, say, bread flour or pizza flour, but for this it works very well. And I use different brands of flour. Sometimes I use flour from a place called Prairie Mills here in Manitoba, and it's really great flour. Sometimes I just buy the no-name all-purpose flour, and it seems to be really good flour too. So I think that just becomes your flour of choice. Robin Hood's great.
Traditional yeast or instant?
Traditional yeast or instant? Yes. So I use both, but lately I've been using this quick rise instant Fleischmann's yeast. And the reason I like this yeast is because you can mix it right into the dry ingredients. Whereas if you're using the traditional active dry yeast, you have to dissolve that in water first. So today, even though I'm using instant yeast, I'm still going to put that in the water because I know some of you guys are going to be using traditional yeast as well. So they both work well. This is my choice lately. I've really been liking that.
Okay, 29 participants. No one in the waiting.
All right. Okay, so I think we're going to get going. The very first thing I would like you guys to do is we're going to have 2 saucepans. One saucepan is just going to be filled with water. So you can pour hot water into that saucepan and then put it on your element to boil. So what we're going to do with that is we're going to put that into our oven while the bread is rising. So the oven will be turned off, but we're going to have a pot of really hot boiled water in there. So it's going to create a warm, humid environment for the dough to rise in. So I'll get you guys to start boiling a pot of water up. And then while the water is boiling, we can get our ingredients ready. So we're going to need milk, butter, yeast, and salt, and white granulated sugar, and a mixing bowl. And if you're using a kitchen scale, if not measuring cups. So I did provide weights for some things like the flour and the water. Traditionally in bakeries, ingredients are always weighed. And if you follow a lot of bread book recipes, even for home bakers, they often include weights for that. So I always encourage people to use a kitchen scale because you're going to have consistent results every time. It's going to be consistent with the class as well if you're using a scale, because sometimes depending on the measurements, people will fill it more or less, or the flour is less compacted, etc. So I always use a kitchen scale for most of my baking. And if you don't do that, I encourage you to start doing that, because it's very easy to scale up a recipe as well. If you want to double it, or triple, or even do 1.5 batches, then you're just multiplying the grams of weight, and we use grams here for baking. All right, so once your pot of water is boiled, and if it's not boiled yet, that's okay. Put it on a bottom rack in your oven. So the way we're gonna bake these cinnamon buns is cinnamon buns are gonna go on a rack in the middle of the oven, and then underneath that, put a rack on the very bottom, and that's where we're gonna put our pot of hot water. Just to get the oven warm. Remember, the oven is not being turned on at this time. So once your pot of water is boiled, just put it in your oven on a lower rack, and that'll start warming it up. Okay, I'm gonna angle my camera down now so we can see the work surface, and we're gonna get started with our dough. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to measure out water and the yeast. So in a mixing bowl, if you're using a kitchen scale, place the mixing bowl on the scale and then zero your scale. So hit that 0 button or the tare button, so that will eliminate the weight of this bowl. And then we're going to add 120 grams, or that is half a cup of warm water. And so this water can just be warm tap water, or you can just take some water and just zap it in the microwave for, maybe 20 seconds or so. So just to give you an idea, I have my thermometer here and it's at about 106 Fahrenheit. So I like to have the water somewhere in between 100 and like 110. If you get any hotter than that, you risk killing the yeast. So just make sure it's like warm to the touch, but not hot. And then measure out either 120 grams or a half cup of that into your mixing bowl. Anyone has any questions, you can just ask in the chat. There we go. So I got a little bit extra, so I'll just take some of that out. Okay. And now we're going to dissolve 1 tablespoon of yeast into that water. So like I said, if you do use instant yeast, you don't really need to do this step, but it doesn't hurt to do this step either. So because some of you might have traditional yeast, let's all just sprinkle that yeast into the warm water. And then I whisk it up a little bit just to make sure that it's not all plumpy. Okay, so now what I want to do is we're going to heat up some milk. So I use a pot for that. If you prefer to heat it up in a glass bowl or something and then just microwave, you can do that as well. But I'm going to put it directly into the pot here. So I'm going to measure out my milk. And if you're using a scale, don't forget to hit that 0 on the scale so that the weight is 0 before we start.
Do we need to feed the yeast with sugar or honey?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do we need to feed the yeast with sugar or honey? No, you don't. And so that practice of feeding the yeast and proofing it, it's called, it's kind of an older practice, kind of held over from the days when yeast wasn't as reliable as it is today. So most of the time now, if you get some yeast and it's within the expiry date, it's good. So you don't need to proof it. And so that's really what that method is you add some sugar, you add the yeast, and then you'd wait to see if it started frothing and bubbling, and that would tell you if your yeast is good. But I don't do that step nowadays because I know that my yeast is good and I'm using it within the time frame. Okay, so let's weigh out 124 grams of milk, or that's a half a cup. And I'm just putting that directly into the saucepan because I'm going to put that on the element right away. There we go. So now, once you've measured out your milk in the saucepan, heat it up on the element until it just starts to bubble. We don't want to get it really, really bubbling. We just want to get it to a point where it's just starting to bubble, and then we'll take it off the heat.
An induction pot?
Okay, so while the milk is warming up, let's weigh out the butter that we're going to add to that. So again, I'm going to weigh the butter. And it's, you know, I really like this method too, because you don't have to, you know, push down the butter into the measuring cups, etc. You just need to cut off the right weight of it. And we are going to measure out 40 grams, or that's a quarter cup of butter. There we go. So once the milk has just come to a very light boil, we're going to take it off and we're going to add the butter and the sugar and the salt to it. So after you've weighed out or measured out your butter, let's do the same with the sugar. So we're looking for 50 grams of sugar, or that's a quarter cup. Okay, so I have my butter and my sugar, and here's my salt. I'm just going to put the salt directly into the pot of milk when it's time. And we're also going to need 2 eggs. Okay, so here's my milk that got warmed up. I'm going to add the butter to it. And I'm going to add the sugar to it. And I'm going to add the salt to it as well. So that's 1 teaspoon of just regular table salt. So in this pot now, we should have milk, butter, sugar, and salt. And then I'm just going to whisk this together until the butter melts in there. So when we add the eggs to our liquid ingredients, we want to make sure that this isn't so hot it's going to cook the eggs, right? We want to let it come down to a reasonable, maybe 110, if you're to use a thermometer. And we don't want to pour this into the yeast while it's hot, because we may kill the yeast. So if you do have, you know, like an internal thermometer and you feel like checking it out. So this is at 129, so that's still too warm. That's at the level where it would kill some yeast. So if you are touching the milk, it should feel warm and not hot. So let's just put that aside for a little bit. So I'm a mini bowl kind of guy. I know some people like to eliminate a lot of that because it's messy, but I like to have everything just sort of ready before the stage. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to weigh out my flour that we're going to be adding to the mixture. Please let me know if you have any questions about this so far. Okay, so I'm putting a bowl on my scale to weigh the flour I'm zeroing the scale so I get an accurate weight on it. And then, yes, if you're used to using ounces on your scale, if you're from the States, I have the measurement in grams. So usually you can switch over your scale. I should have probably told you that from the beginning, but the amount of flour that we're going to use is 490 grams or 3 1/4 cups of flour. So I'm going to weigh out 490 grams. Now, a lot of people, especially with bread products, it's not as important as if you're making pastry. You can be exact or you can be just slightly off. And with bread, that's normally okay. Like bread is much more forgiving about that. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but if you get used to doing it exactly the same every time, then you'll be able to tweak your recipe bit by bit and make sure that you're doing things consistently from one bake to the next. Now I'm going to check that milk one more time, see how that is feeling. It feels okay. It doesn't feel too hot to me. Let's just take a reading here just to see where we're at. "108, that's perfect for me. So it should just feel warm to the touch, not hot. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add that liquid to our water and yeast mixture. Then we're going to add our egg to that and then just whisk it in. You can whisk the eggs ahead of time if you like. I think I might have that in the instructions like that. Or you can just put it in here and whisk all the wet ingredients together.
Someone is requested to slow down.
Okay.
And, yeah.
All right, I'll give you guys a chance to catch up to this point, and just let me know at all if you need me to repeat any of the steps for you.
I have a question.
Sure.
How cool could that yeast mixture be that's too cool? Like ours was at like 102.
Oh yeah, that's fine. No, too cool is like 65 or 70 or something.
Oh, okay. So pretty big margin. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Sure. All right. Yeah, let's just find out where we're at here. We'll sort of talk about the steps leading up to here, just to give you guys a little bit more time to catch up. So the first thing we did was we measured out our water, and then we added the yeast to it and put that aside. Then the next thing we did was to heat up the milk, and then add our butter, add the sugar, and add the salt, and let that come to a temperature where it's just warm and not hot. And then we combined the butter and milk mixture with the water and the yeast mixture, and that's where we're at now. And the next step is to add the eggs. So there's 2 eggs, and we add it directly to this liquid ingredients here. So I'm going to do that now.
Did you oil that
Yeah.
white ball? Thank you.
All right, so once the eggs are in there, I'm just going to whisk everything together. So with any kind of bread dough, the most important elements are yeast and salt. You don't want to forget either one of those, because you'll be in trouble. And some breads are enriched like this. It's a sweeter dough with eggs and with butter, and that's what we call enriched doughs. And some doughs are just flour, water, yeast, and salt.
Is the oven supposed to be on?
No, so the oven is not supposed to be on. So let's just recap that part of it. Boil a pot of water and put the whole pot of hot water on the bottom rack in your oven, and the oven will be turned off at this point. So we just want to create a warm, humid environment for our dough to rise when it's time to start rising. Okay, so now we're at the point where we're going to add the flour to the wet mixture, and we're going to mix it, and then we're going to knead it. So does anybody need time to catch up before we go to this next step?
I have one question.
Okay,
Was it white sugar only or white and brown?
it was just white sugar only for the dough. The brown sugar comes in later on for the topping and for the filling.
How hot can the milk be before you add it in?
Oh yeah, so you don't want the milk hot. You want it just warm to the touch.
So have a little 102.
So probably anywhere from like 100 to about 110. Okay. So we're going to take that flour that we measured out, which was 490 grams or 3¼ cups. And we're just going to dump that into our wet ingredients. And then we're going to mix it well with like a wooden spoon.
Said.
You can use your stand mixer if you like, yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be teaching how to do it by hand, but feel free if you like to mix this in your mixer. If you are doing it in your mixer, what you'll do is what I like to do first is I like to mix it all by hand before I start using the dough hook, because then you're sort of eliminating that time it takes for the dough, for the mixer to mix in all the ingredients, so it can just start kneading right away. So I would usually get to about this point before I put it on the stand mixer. And if you're using a stand mixer, you're going to want to add a little bit of flour as it's mixing so that it doesn't stick to the sides of the bowl. And you'll want to stop the mixer every once in a while to scrape down the sides of the bowl.
You want to do it by hand like he's teaching?
I don't care. I don't know because
You do it by hand.
I don't really have the mixer.
Okay.
I can't hear anything.
Hi, sorry, I got muted there. I was talking about this dough scraper, and I love this dough scraper. You can find these in kitchen stores, or you can get them on Amazon, or sometimes just in department stores in the kitchen section. It's flexible, and it's great for scraping down bowls, for scraping your work surface, and just for handling wet, sticky doughs. And if you don't have that, then I suggest using just like a little plastic spatula. That'll help with the sticky dough. Okay, so now we are going to get this dough out onto our work surface. So you can see it's still very sticky, but we're going to add a little bit of flour while we're kneading it, and it'll become less sticky as we work with it. So on your work surface, I'm just using a pastry mat. I really like these quite a bit because they're great for, you know, you can cut the cinnamon rolls on them and not worry about scratching your counter, easy to clean up. So I use mine just on my top of my oven for the classes, and it works really great. So what I'd like to do now is have a separate container or just the bag of flour near you, because we're going to be using some flour while we knead this dough. And just a reminder, if you don't have that pot of water boiled and in the oven yet, please do that. And I was told there was a new participant. We're just at the stage where we've mixed all the ingredients together for the dough, and we're about to start kneading it. So there is a video that you'll be able to watch later on if you want to do it over with the video. So I just sprinkle a little bit of flour, just a little bit on the top of the dough. I get a little bit of flour on my work surface and a little bit of flour on my hands. And then I'm just going to take this and flip it right out of the mixing bowl. Now here's a little trick for you guys. I make a lot of bread, obviously, so I don't want all this dough going down the sink all the time. So if you have a sticky mixing bowl, just add a little bit of flour and just scrape off all that excess sticky dough, and then just throw this out. And that way it'll be a lot easier to clean, and it'll save your sinks later on, your drains. And you can do the same thing with your fingers. If your fingers get covered in dough, you can just add a little bit of flour and just sort of work that off. I find this just makes it so much easier for cleanup later. Okay, so now we're going to start kneading. So I want to make sure everybody's caught up before we do that. So if you need more time, please let us know. Okay, so some of you may have kneaded before, so you know the drill. For those of you who are doing this for the first time, what kneading is we're developing the gluten network within the dough so that the yeast activity, when it releases its gases, it's trapped in that gluten network and it causes the bread to rise. So the kneading develops that gluten network in the dough. And have flour on hand because it's going to get sticky a little bit for you. And the first thing that I like to do is grab the end of the far side and sort of fold it into the middle. And I usually start with 2 hands at the beginning. And then I press it into the dough and then just sort of press the dough away from myself. So do a quarter turn, fold the dough in, press it into the dough and push away. And then quarter turn, fold, press, and that is what we'll keep doing. Once it becomes a little bit more manageable, I usually switch over to the palm of my hand. And if your dough is too sticky, then just add little bits of flour at a time, and just do it by flouring your hands, because we don't want to incorporate so much flour into this that we're going to make a stiff dough. We want to keep it kind of soft. So that usually at this point, I switch over to my one hand to push away. Sorry about that. I don't know what exactly is happening. Oh, I see. There we go. It's my timer. Okay. So fold, press, push away, quarter turn. What we're doing is we're going to try to make this smooth and elasticy. And usually by hand, this takes anywhere from like 5 to 10 minutes. And you'll know that it's ready when it's smooth and elasticy. And if you have your own kneading technique, by all means, use that technique. What about it? Oh yeah, and the stand mixer people, I usually put it on first speed for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then I put it on second speed for another 2 minutes. So I'm just going to set a timer here for 5 minutes. Now here's something that I like to do. You're welcome to try this if you like. I like to give the dough just a little bit of rest from the kneading by pressing it out with my fingers and forming it into like a flat kind of pizza shape. Because even while we're doing this, I just kind of put my fingers in and sort of stretch the dough as I press it. Because this is also developing the gluten. We're stretching this dough out, and that's strengthening those gluten bonds. So I find that if I do this a couple of times during the kneading, it really helps to accelerate the kneading process. And by the end of it, you have a dough that's very close to, if not equal to, a dough that's been kneaded in a stand mixer. So once I flatten it out like that, I just start the kneading process again. Quarter turn, fold, push away. And I usually find that right after I do that, you'll find that the dough is a lot smoother. It does add quite a bit of strength to it. And you don't have to, work super hard at this. We just want to make sure that the dough is sticking to itself and stretching out as we need it. So like I said, I usually do that sort of pizza thing where I stretch the dough out like this. I do it a couple of times during the kneading process. You can even grab it and sort of stretch it out. And back to fold, push away, quarter turn. We've got about 1.5 minutes left on the timer. So your dough should be feeling a bit smoother now, and it should be getting well developed. The gluten network inside of it. About a minute left. About 30 seconds left. You can see that I switch over sometimes. I do 2 hands, 1 hand. Just, if you're becoming fatigued doing it one way, you can do it with your other hand or 2 hands. Okay, so there's the timer. So the idea here is that the dough is now more developed than when we started. And if I flip it over so that these seams are kind of at the bottom, what we want to do now is we want to round this up to let it rise in the mixing bowl. So in order to do that, we want to make sure that there's no flour on your work surface here, because we actually want the dough to stick to the table a little bit. So just brush away any excess flour so that you have a clean workspace to work with. Now, what we're going to do is start forming this into a just like a round ball. So the way I do that is I put my hands on the back of the dough and I kind of put it a bit away from me, and then I pull it towards myself. So what we're not doing is just dragging the dough across the surface. What we are doing is pushing the dough so that it tightens up on one side. And then I do a quarter turn and I take that dough and with both hands, actually it's going to be easier off of this to show you. And then, so it's catching on the front, it's sticking, and as you're pushing it, it is catching there and tightening up this surface. And then I do a quarter turn, and I just do this a few times until you have a tight, round dough ball. Doesn't have to be perfect because this is just for our initial rise. And there's mine. So you can see here it's kind of in a round shape, and we've developed the gluten in it. It's got some elasticity to it when you press on it. So that's where we're going to leave that. And then we're gonna put this in a mixing bowl covered with a little bit of oil, and we're gonna put it in the oven, and the pot of water is in there, keeping the oven warm, and we're gonna let this rise. So if you want to use the same bowl, that's what I usually do. Add a little bit of vegetable oil to it, or if you have butter and you want to just use some butter, that's fine too. Just maybe like a teaspoon. And then just kind of get that kind of distributed. And then what I do is I take the dough ball, and with the smooth side, I kind of coat it by rubbing it into the oil. And then I flip it upside down so that the smooth side is on the top. And now we've got a coating of oil on it, so it's not going to be too sticky, and it's going to help us later on when we're rolling it out. So I'm going to set a timer for, let's see, what do we have here for rising time? 60 minutes, we're going to let this rise. So I'm going to set a timer for that. Let's see here. $60 minutes. All right. And then there's a couple of options here. You can cover this with a towel or a plastic bag, but if you're putting this in the oven is not turned on, but you have a pot of water in there, I don't cover it usually in that situation because the air is going to be humid from that hot water, so it's not going to dry out in there. So I'm just going to put this directly into the oven in the middle rack. And then what you can do as well is bring that pot of water up to boil again, just to get it nice and warm. So this is going in just like this on the middle rack of my oven. Oven is not turned on. I'm going to get this water boiling again. And then we're going to move on to the next stage of making the topping. So now is a great time if anybody has questions before we do that, maybe while the water is reboiling, so we can have our oven nice and warm.
I have a question.
Yep.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'd like to add nuts to my rolls.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering at what stage you could let me know when to put that into my topping or just how it's incorporated.
Sure, yeah. So the topping that we make is just a butter and brown sugar topping. And then what happens with that is it goes on first into our pan. So that goes on here, and then we put the cinnamon buns in. And then after the bake, we flip this over so that the topping is on the top. So we bake it upside down, basically. So this is going to be the brown sugar and butter topping. And you're going to probably want to put your nuts right on that, and then put the buns on top of that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions for anyone? All right.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, for sure.
This is Maureen. Hi.
Hi, Marie.
Hi. I was wondering, do you use the boiling water in the oven for other for other bread products?
I usually use it in my sink afterwards for washing the dishes because it's nice and warm.
No, I mean, do you use the water in the oven to help raise other breads.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do that for almost everything. Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay,
yeah,
okay, that's what I meant,
yeah.
sorry.
No
I
problem.
didn't, I wasn't very clear.
No, that's good. Yeah, so the thing with dough is the longer that you can let it do its thing, the more flavor you're going to develop. So if you're looking to do something in a fairly quick time frame, you're going to want to speed up the rising process. So that's what I always use my oven for those scenarios.
Oh,
But if you
okay.
have the whole day to do something, if you can just let the bread rise at room temperature, ultimately you're going to get a slightly nicer product out of that.
Oh, okay.
Another way to get a really nice bread product too is to get to that stage where you shape your bread or the buns or whatever, and then plop it in the fridge covered, and then you can bake it like that evening or the next day. And that slow, almost dormant stage, it starts breaking down starches and it adds like a ton of flavor. So anytime that you can put bread in the refrigerator before you bake it, you're also going to add a lot of different texture and flavor qualities to it.
Oh, that's really good to know. Thank you. Great tips.
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem. Okay, so what we want to do next is grab the pan that you're going to be using. I started out using glass pans and I've switched over to these aluminum pans. I found that the glass is a great heat conductor, but it takes a little bit longer for it to heat up. So I was finding that often the tops would be a little bit more done than the sides. So I'm having a bit better luck these days by just using sort of a cheaper 9x13 pan, like a no stick pan that I think I probably got at Walmart or something. So when your water is back boiling again, just put that in the bottom of your oven to get that nice and toasty for the rise. A lot of people ask me if they can use their proof functions on your oven. I generally don't because I find they run really hot. So just 1 second here. Okay, there we go. Okay. So I generally don't use the proof function on my oven. If I do, I turn it on proof and I set a timer for maybe 5-10 minutes and then I turn it off because I find that's enough to get the oven warm. But if it's on proof the whole time, I don't know why they make it so hot, but it's a little too warm for me. Okay, so we're going to want to grease the pan that this is going into. I use butter for this part. So just give yourself a dab of butter. I don't generally measure it out. And just make sure you grease all of the corners, especially it likes to stick in corners and along the top too. Dough really likes to stick on the tops because sometimes that doesn't get greased. So just make sure that everything is nice and greased up.
Does someone have a question here?
All right, we got another question.
Yeah, I can't form a ball of dough. There are creases, so.
That's okay. If you can't form the ball of dough, that's quite all right. This is only the bulk fermentation stage. And if there are creases that you can't get out, it could be because the dough is too stiff. So there might have been too much flour added either in the kneading process or maybe in the measuring process. And I'm not too sure if you used a scale or if you use measuring cups, but I find that if you use the scale, you're going to get a lot closer to the dough, like the consistency that we want. All right, so now that I've greased this up, I'm just going to put that aside for now. And I'm going to start preparing the toppings. So I'm gonna weigh things out again. And this is just gonna go directly into a pot again. I'm gonna use the same pot that I had the milk in. What we want to do is we want to weigh out 120 grams of butter or 3/4 cup.
There was a question about greasing the pan,
Mhm.
butter or lard or oil.
I like to use butter, keep it consistent with the rest of the buttery cinnamon buns for greasing the pan. Okay, so 120 grams of butter or 3/4 of a cup. In case you guys haven't figured this out yet, these are not diet cinnamon buns. So once I have the butter weighed out in the saucepan, I'm going to put this on the element just to melt it. You can put it on high or medium. We just want to get it so that it starts melting, and we don't want it completely all melted and bubbling. We just want it melted, maybe with a couple of little pieces of butter left floating around in it. And then while that's melting, just get the brown sugar ready, and we're gonna measure that out as well. So I'm gonna reuse a bowl from earlier. Now I'm gonna weigh out my brown sugar. I like to use golden sugar. It's completely up to you. You can use darker brown sugar as well. And just keep an eye on your butter. Make sure it doesn't get like completely melted and boiling. It's not the end of the world if it does, but I like to get it just so that it's just melted. And while that's melting, I'm going to measure out my brown sugar. And that is also 120 grams, also 3/4 of a cup. So if you're weighing it on the scale, make sure that you zero the scale. 120 grams brown sugar. Okay. So we should have melted butter, brown sugar. I'm going to add this brown sugar directly to the melted butter. Then I'm going to grab my whisk and start whisking this together. So we want to get it to a point where all of that butter is incorporated, so it's not separated from the sugar. We want to make sure that all that butter gets mixed into the sugar. And once you see that all of the butter is incorporated and there's no more butter just floating in the mixture, just once you have a smooth mixture of butter and brown sugar, just get yourself like a rubber spatula and empty this into the greased pan. And at this point, once we spread this out, if you're adding nuts, pecans or whatever you're using, you want to just sprinkle them over top of this. And then I just kind of spread it out to the edges. And that's it for the first stage. And now the dough is going to rise. So while the dough is rising, let's do one more thing, actually. Let's get our filling prepared and ready to go. So now for the filling. Another 120 grams of brown sugar. So that's 3/4 of a cup. And we're going to mix that together with 1 tablespoon of cinnamon. So I'm going to measure out my brown sugar, and this is for the filling. This is what's going inside of the cinnamon buns when we roll it up. So I'm going to zero my scale and weigh out 120 grams or 3/4 cup. And yeah, you don't have to be super precise with this if you don't want to. And then to that sugar, I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of cinnamon. There's the cinnamon. Going to add it in there. And then I usually use a fork to just mix it all in really well. And I sort of squish out all those big lumps of brown sugar if you have lumps in it. If anybody needs me to do a recap or to tell you the amounts again, just give me a shout and happy to repeat it for you. And I like making sure that all the lumps are out so that it distributes evenly later on onto the rolled out dough. Okay. So, yes, I was just told that somebody just joined the meeting. We started an hour ago because it was
An hour ago.
Yeah, it was 10 o'clock Central Time.
Oh, great.
Yes, but when this is over, you get access to a video and you can follow along with the video anytime that you like. And you can go back and look at it anytime if you need help just getting to certain parts. If you want to request a refund and just kind of cancel this meeting, that's totally cool too. You can do that.
Well, I might do that because we're all gathered here to do this, and if you're already an hour into it, it doesn't help us a lot.
Right. Okay, well, sorry about that.
Okay, so how do I request a refund, do you know?
Yeah, you can just email me, or you can go to your Eventbrite where you purchase the ticket, and it might be past the point where you can request a refund. But I think, Renee, have you written down the user? We'll have your email address. You can email me at winnipegbread@gmail.com.
Okay.
And we'll get it sorted out.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a
Okay.
good one.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. You'd think they would have.
Specified? Yeah, like, come on.
It was specified, you guys.
Sorry.
Well, I'm
That's
not
all right.
sure. I obviously missed it. Thank you.
Yeah, it says right after the time CST, which is Central Standard Time.
I'm in Alberta, so it doesn't help me.
Right.
Yeah, sure. They're logged off.
Okay, so for the rest of you guys, we have our dough that's rising in our warm oven. We have the filling, and we have the topping in our greased pan. So we're all ready for the next stage after that dough rises. So when I set that timer for like an hour, there's like 35 minutes left on that timer. So I'm going to share my screen and just keep the timer on so that you guys know when we can come back and do the rest of the dough. But until then, we're just going to take a 35-minute break. If anybody has questions at this point, I'm happy to answer them.
Melanie had asked you to repeat something, but I'm not sure what point that was at.
Okay, Melanie, you had a question earlier. You're caught up. Okay.
And the filling is just sugar and cinnamon.
Yeah, the filling is just going to be sugar and cinnamon. Oh, that's right. Thank you for bringing that up. There is butter that we have to weigh out as well. Thank you.
And somebody had asked, add the nuts to the grease pan.
Yes, so if you have nuts that you're going to be putting on it, just add it right over top of the filling in the greased pan, and then the cinnamon buns will go right on top of that. Okay, so one more measurement here for the butter for the filling, and that's 40 grams or a quarter cup.
Someone said they added butter to the sugar filling.
Oh, I see. If you added the butter to the sugar filling, that's not what I usually do, but I have done that in the past, and you can make it work. When the time comes, we'll just heat up that filling a little bit so it's spreadable, and then that'll work for you. If you mix the butter with the filling, and if you didn't, just keep them separated. There we go. Okay, that's more like it. Thank you. So there is the pan with the topping, the sugar and cinnamon for the filling, and this butter is also for the filling. What we do is we melt this butter, we brush it on after we roll out the dough, and then we add the sugar on top of that. So you're going to want to have a pastry brush if you have one later on for brushing this out onto the dough. Any other questions? Fire away, you guys, if you like. I'll just give you a couple of seconds here, and then I'm gonna turn off the camera and share my screen, and it'll have this countdown timer on it, so you'll know when we're coming back to class. So, can you make me the host again? Okay, so let's just see. I'm gonna shut down any extra stuff. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna share screen. Just this, yes. So what do you see on your screen right now, right?
A clock,
Okay, how does that look
31,
like?
35.
Okay, you guys, I'm just going to mute myself and turn off my camera and just come back in 30 minutes, and the countdown will be on your screen so you know, and then we'll start working with that dough that's been rising in the oven. Sound good? All right. I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Let's see if we have any, do we have any new messages?
No, I don't see. any.
Okay. Okay,
I'm not the host if you want to make it.
right. So I'm just gonna make you the host here. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So the bread has been rising in our warm oven for about an hour now. So now it's time to pull that dough out, and we're gonna roll out that dough and then put the filling in and then roll it up, cut it into the buns, and then we're gonna have another rise after that. So what I'd get you to do is to bring your dough out of the oven, and also the pot of water. You can put that on to boil again because we're going to be using it again for when the buns rise the second time. Okay. So here's our dough. It is like, you know, roughly not quite doubled in size, but it has grown quite a bit. And if I poke it with my finger and the indent stays in the dough like that and it doesn't bounce back, that's a good indication that it's got lots of air inside and it's ready for the next stage. So for this next stage, we already have a little bit of oil on the dough. So you might not need to put any flour down on your work surface. If your dough still feels kind of sticky to you when you touch it, then maybe just put a little bit of flour down on your work surface. But I am just going to put mine straight out of the mixing bowl right onto the work surface because it is kind of a buttery dough and it got coated in oil earlier, so it shouldn't stick. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flip this dough out to my work surface now. So we have the dough, and I like to put the smooth side on the bottom, the part that was on the top. I like to put that face down. So for this next phase, we're going to want to make sure that we have something to cut the rolls with. I always use a serrated steak knife. If you're worried about cutting onto your work surface or your counter or whatever, if you have a sharper plastic knife, or even you can divide it with the plastic spatula. The knife does work best though. Another reason why I like having this pastry mat is I don't have to worry about marking anything up. So you're going to want...
Can I just stop you for a second? Lucy's asking, like, that was who had said her dough was very sticky. Is it expected that it would have been really sticky?
The dough at this point shouldn't be really sticky. You should be able to handle it okay. And if it is still sticky for you, use flour when you're rolling it out. So make sure that you have flour underneath it, and then you'll want to put a little bit of flour on the top while you're rolling it out. If it is sticky, it'll still be amazing. It'll just be a little bit trickier to work with. So make sure that you use enough flour so it doesn't stick to your work surface or to your hands.
She was asking about the kneading process earlier, when she weighed out her ingredients.
Yeah, right. And so when you do weigh out your ingredients, if the dough is very sticky, we usually incorporate more of that flour while we're kneading it, just enough to make it so that it's not very sticky anymore. And so I've got my water boiling again. I'm going to put that at the bottom of my oven, get the oven nice and warm for the buns to rise when it is time. So we want to have on hand a pastry brush and the butter, and we're going to melt that butter. So you can either melt the butter on a pot, or you can just put it in the microwave and zap it until it's melted. We're going to have our cinnamon sugar topping. Maybe get yourself a little spatula if we need to unstick it from the counter. And a rolling pin.
So someone commented that their oven got very moist and their dough is damp.
Damp, that's fine. That's totally cool if your dough is a little bit damp from the humidity in your oven. That's totally cool. So this is, or it should be, a fairly soft dough. So it's going to be really easy to roll out. So the first thing that I like to try and do is just kind of form it into a rectangle with the long ends going this way and not this way. So we want to make it just sort of rectangular shaped. And then I just gently pat it down so that any parts that are thicker than the other parts are about the same. We want to start out with something that's fairly even. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I usually start by making a little bit of a rectangle like so. And then what I start to do next, and like I said, if you have dough that is very, very sticky and you're worried about it sticking to the rolling pin or sticking to the bottom, make sure that you are using some flour at this point to help it so it doesn't stick. But anybody else, if you can handle the dough without it sticking, then you should be able to roll it out no problem. So the idea here is that we want to roll it out. I usually do mine somewhere around 16 inches by about 12 inches, but it doesn't have to be perfect, just somewhere in that ballpark. And I start with the rolling pin going diagonally from one edge, one corner to the other, and just gently, very gently, kind of roll out diagonally the corners, and then switch over and roll out. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on this right now. Just gently roll it out. And then switch back to the other corner. And the whole time that you're doing this, you're trying to keep the proportions even. So we want a rectangle that's longer this way. Once you've rolled out those corners a few times, and it's getting to be a larger rectangle, we can just start to roll out any thicker parts because we want to get this as even as possible everywhere the same thickness. Now what happens with this dough is that the corners like to pull in, so I kind of exaggerate the corners and make them a little bit wider because they're going to retract a little bit. And if you want to know how big I get it, I will show my measuring tape here. So I'm at the widest point here, it's almost 16, and that's what I like. And this way is close. I usually get it to about 12 inches. So just a little bit wider this way and a little bit more length on it. If you guys have any questions about this process, feel free to ask. And the idea here is that we're using the rolling pin so that we can get the dough the same thickness everywhere, because that'll make the buns around the same size. Once I get it to where I want it, I just stop rolling and I square off the edges. And I like to do that using a spatula and just square off the edges so that it is a rectangle. And the closer you get at this stage, the easier it is going to be to get those buns the same size. If it's a little bit thicker on the edges after you push them in, I like to just run my hand along the edge and just sort of press it with my fingers. And if, when you're doing this on your own, take the time that you need to do this. Don't rush through it, because the nicer we can get this rectangle, the nicer those buns are going to look. I mean, they're going to be delicious no matter what, but we want to make them look nice too. So there's my rectangle. And just for your reference, I'll let you know what those measurements are. So that's 16 wide, and it's just under 12 inches. So it's about 11.5 inches to 12 inches this way. That's usually where I stop. And the next stage is we're going to be brushing the butter onto it. So you're going to want to melt that 40 grams of butter that we weighed out earlier.
And for the person who makes the sugar.
Oh, right. And yes, if you mixed that butter in with the sugar, just zap it in the microwave for, maybe 15 seconds or something, just to get it soft so that you can spread it on top. And for you, if you have the sugar and the butter mixed together, you're going to want to spread it out maybe with a spoon or a spatula or something like that. So I'm going to start putting the butter on. Does anybody want me to hold off for a minute while they catch up? Okay, so let's continue on with the butter part. Now, you can reserve a little bit of butter just to brush on the log after we roll it up. Just a little bit of butter, but for the rest of it, all of this butter just gets brushed on the dough. I usually take it very close to the edge, but I try not to let it spill over the edge. And this is, I usually reserve maybe like a teaspoon or two at the end. And we're just going to brush that on top of the log before we cut it up into the buns. So just distribute that butter. And once you've got the butter on there, you've got a tiny little bit of it reserved. You can just dump that sugar mixture onto it. And then I just use my hand to spread the sugar mix out towards the edges. Try and take it as close to the edge as you can, but not so that it's spilling over. If there's any large lumps that you missed, just try and squish them out in this process. And then once I have it sort of evenly distributed, I like to kind of press it into the dough a little bit. And this way it doesn't all kind of spill out when we're rolling it up. So just distribute that cinnamon sugar and then just lightly press it into the dough. And you can see here I'm leaving a little bit of an edge, and that's just so it doesn't all spill out the sides when we're rolling it. Okay, now we're going to get to the rolling stage, so please let me know if you need more time before we do that. What we're going to do is we're just going to roll this up into a log. So starting from the edge closest to you, I just start by using my fingers to just fold over that first part of the dough, just to kind of get it so it's folding over. And then from there, I roll it into a log. Now, the way I like to do it is I like kind of do the edge piece first, like so. And then I go to the other edge and I kind of roll that up and then catch up with the middle. And that seems to help start it off well. So once you get it into a roll like this, then you can just continue to roll it. You don't want to make it super, super tight, but you don't want to make it super, super loose either. Just a gentle roll, trying to keep it even everywhere. Sometimes I kind of pat the edges in if it's starting to get a little bit wide on the edge. And you just want to roll until you hit the end. And then that way the seam is going to be alongside the bottom here. And then just very gently bring it back towards you a little bit. And this is the part where you're going to want to get this cylinder very even all the way across. So if any parts are thicker than the other parts, just gently stretch them out. And so everything's about the same thickness. And then from there, we're going to start to make our cuts. And the way that I do that is I first divide the dough into 4 pieces because we want 12 pieces altogether. So I divide it into 4 even size pieces, and then from there I divide those into 3. So I start by finding the middle, and I just make a mark on it with my knife. And then I go to the middle of that, and I make a mark on it there with my knife. And then I go over here to the middle and I make a mark. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. And I can see here that this piece looks smaller than some of the other pieces, so I'm just going to move it over just a little bit. And the closer you can get to symmetrical here, the more evenly your buns are going to be, the more even the size of them. So now I'm going to cut right through, just gently sawing it just down to the bottom. Then I'm going to cut through on the other piece. So we're going to end up with 4 pieces.
This butter, do you put it on?
Oh, I always forget about this excess butter part. Thank you. Thank you. I always forget. So this is excess butter. Just brush that on top of this dough. It kind of helps them pull apart a little bit easier later on in the pan. All right. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, so now we have 4 separate pieces. Now we're going to divide each one of those into 3 pieces. So we're going to make 2 cuts and try and make them even. You can just do the lines first, just to see if it's looking even for you. So each piece gets divided into 3. And then once you've made those cuts and you're satisfied that it looks pretty even to you, let's just cut them until we end up with 12 cinnamon rolls. It doesn't matter if these aren't perfect for your first time. They're still going to taste amazing. But as you practice it, try and find, get your technique better so that they're all about the same size. And if you are a real stickler about it, you can measure it out with a tape measure and actually measure each one of them. But eyeballing it is also great too. So once we have cut through and we've made 12 separate rolls, what we're going to do is take those end pieces and we're going to put them cut side down. I usually like to put one in one corner, the other in the other corner. And then the rest of them can just go into that pan so that there's 4 down the side and 3 across. Now these are all going to rise into each other. That's the style of these buns. If you wanted to do a couple of batches, you could separate them so they maintain the circle shape, but you'd have to probably have a couple of pans to do that if you wanted. Next time you make them, feel free to experiment, make it your own. And just evenly distribute them so that's 4 down the side, 3 across. They're all going to rise into each other, but we want them fairly even. You don't have to pinch the ends together because they're all going to just rise into each other.
That was your whole pan.
So that's what mine's going to look like. I do a final kind of press, lightly press. If some of them are a bit taller than the other ones, I just kind of lightly press, very lightly, just to get them all about the same height. So once they're all about the same height, And that's good. That's what we want. And the reason we put the end pieces cut side down is because this is actually the bottom, remember? So once this is done baking, we flip this out and all this stuff on the bottom becomes the topping of the cinnamon rolls. So we're gonna let this rise for another hour now. There's a lot of breaks in this class because the dough needs to rise, but this is gonna be our last break. So I'm gonna put this in my warm oven, and the oven is not turned on. It's just like before. We have our pot of water in there that's boiled to create a warm, humid environment. And I'm going to put these just on the middle rack above that pot of water so that they can rise in that warm, humid environment. And then I'm going to set a timer for 1 hour. So we're going to want those buns to come up to the top of the pan, and they're going to get really very nice and puffy. And you want to make sure that they're very nice and puffy before we put them into bake. So now I'm going to set that timer again for 1 hour. If I can find it. Okay. 60. Not yet. Okay. So cinnamon rolls should be rising in your oven. The oven is turned off and got a timer set for 1 hour. And we're going to come back to this in 1 hour. We're going to preheat our ovens, and then we're going to bake the buns. So now's a great time if anybody has any questions.
Hi, I didn't see because I was working, but I don't cover the buns at this point, right? I don't put a towel over them.
Yeah, if you were to let them rise in your room, then you would put like a towel or a plastic over top of it. But since we have it in that humid oven, it's all good.
Right.
It's not going to dry out.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Whoops.
Any other questions? We'll have some time to chat too while the cinnamon rolls are baking. So I'll talk a little bit about my upcoming classes and maybe some bread books that I really enjoy. And yeah, that's it. So if there's no more questions, we're going to do the same thing as we did before. I'm going to put the clock up on the screen, and then we're going to come back and meet up, and we're all going to start preheating our ovens together, and we're going to take the buns out and get that oven all heated up.
Hi, Jared. I do have another question for you.
Sure.
I found mine weren't as tight, and I found it hard to get it just by rolling it to have it tight because they seemed with the sugar.
Right.
It wasn't sticking well. So I don't know if there's something more you can explain about the technique.
Sure. First of all, did you use kitchen scale or measuring cups?
Kitchen scale.
Okay. Did your dough feel kind of sticky, or was it like denser and not very sticky?
Sticky.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it was like kind of
sticky.
soft and sticky.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It took me quite a bit of time to kind of perfect my roll, and it was just by doing it kind of over and over again. It's finding that spot that's not super tight, but not super loose. So I found that when I press the sugar into the dough, if I really do that first so that there's not a lot of loose sugar on the top, then it doesn't usually kind of fall off and make it hard to roll. Now, as far as the rolling itself, the way that I do it is I just lightly grab the roll as I'm doing it, and I just roll it. And while I'm rolling it, my fingers here are kind of tucking it in and just sort of rolling. And that's why sometimes I start from the edges too, and I roll from the edges towards the middle.
Okay.
And you can get like sort of an even loaf or even roll a log.
Okay, okay,
And then, yeah, I think it's just going to take practice.
practice.
Yeah, like it took
My
me.
husband will like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
Okay, oh, thank you, yes.
yeah, no problem. And just like with this dough, you could do different things with it too, right? You could take that exact same setup that we had, roll it into a log, but instead of cutting it into buns, you could cut it down the middle of the log
Okay.
and then braid those together and put it in a pan, and it'll come up
Oh.
like a babka, like a cinnamon babka.
Right.
So,
Ah, nice, okay.
yeah. So I think
Oh, thank you.
answer to your question is just practice.
Okay. Thank you, Jared.
No problem. Anybody else?
We accidentally added the melted butter and get the cinnamon and brown sugar and spreading it together.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine. That's absolutely fine. In the end, it all melts together in the oven anyways. And I did experiment with that for a while. I tried to put the butter and the sugar together to see if it would be easier to roll into a log. I still prefer it the other way, but that method is totally fine as well. Anybody else have any questions?
Just wondering, how would you go about making the buns to cook them the next morning?
Excellent question. Excellent question. So now that the buns are in the pan and they're rising, if you wanted to bake them the next morning, what I would do is I would cover them right at this point, just put a plastic wrap over top of it. And a little trick for that too is you can take some plastic wrap onto your counter and then just add a little bit of olive or a little bit of oil to the plastic wrap and then put it over the top of the buns. That way it's not going to stick to them later on. You can just peel it right off. And then I would put those covered buns in the pan in the fridge for the next morning. Now the next morning you'd want to check it like a couple of hours before you were ready to bake to see if they've come up in the fridge at all. If they're still tiny and hard as rocks, what you're going to want to do is pull that out of the fridge, let it come to room temperature and let it rise. So no matter what, when you're taking those out of the fridge, you want to make sure that they're about to the top of the pan and it looks like they're all pressed in together and a little bit jiggly because there's a lot of air in them. So that might mean taking it out of the fridge in the morning, letting it come to room temperature so it can start rising a bit more. And then once that they're all risen, then you can bake them. Any other questions? Oh.
If they didn't rise, do you proof them in the oven then?
Oh yeah, right. Good. Excellent question again. If they didn't rise, you can just leave them out on the counter to come to room temperature, or you can do exactly what we're doing and put that pot of water in the oven and speed up that process a little bit. That totally works too. Because if you leave them out on the counter, it will take longer for them to come to room temperature, obviously. So if you wanted to speed up that process, it's great. And it would be a great experiment for you to one day try it that method versus, you know, just straight through and see which one you like better. See if that overnight fridge affects the flavor in a way that you enjoy. And my guess is that it will. And it is convenient too, because if you want to shorten the time it takes to make these, just split it into a couple of parts. You're very welcome. I think if there's no more questions, I'm just gonna do the same as last time. I'm gonna have the counter up on the screen. It's at about 51 minutes right now. So we're gonna join back here in about 50 minutes, and we're gonna start preheating that oven.
Can I freeze them uncooked?
Yes, you can freeze them uncooked for sure. So that's the way that I would do it as well, is I would cover the pan like very well, like make sure you have like plastic, oiled plastic right over the buns itself, like so that they're touching the buns, and then have that wrapped up in like a plastic bag or something so it doesn't get, you know, kind of freezer burnt. You could freeze them, and then when you want to bake them, you'd have to take them out of the freezer you know, well ahead of time. And then you could put them in the oven to warm them up like that, or you could take them out of the freezer, put them in the fridge overnight, and then in the morning bake them then. So you just have to give yourself a lot of time once they're frozen to come back to life again and make sure that they start puffing up before you bake them. I don't often do that freezing dough. Excuse me, because I do find that the amount of time that it takes for it to thaw and then rise again is kind of like, oh, I could have just made them right then. But it is convenient if you're multitasking and you just take it out and you have a bunch of other things to do and then bake it the next day. One thing I do know, that once dough has been frozen, it doesn't quite come up to the same level as it would if it wasn't frozen. There's a little bit of degradation of the yeast in there. But yes, that is a great idea for the lake, for sure. Just make them ahead of time, bring them frozen. On the ride, they start thawing out. And then, yeah, you can just keep them in the fridge until you're ready to bake them. Okay, that said, I'm going to share my screen again, and we're going to meet back here in, yeah, 49 minutes. Okay, I'll see you guys then. Okay, I'm just gonna make you the host again here.
Oh, nice. Oh. Okay, so we did. Okay. Okay. So what are we doing now? Okay, going to camera.
Welcome back, everybody. Now's the best part, getting ready to bake these cinnamon buns. Well, I guess the best part is eating them, actually, so my mistake. Okay, I'm gonna put my camera down here for you guys, just so you can see what stage I'm at. So you see that they've puffed up and risen into each other, and they're coming up to the top of the pan now. So that is what you're looking for. Say, for instance, if you froze them first, or if you put them in the fridge, you want to take them out, let them come to room temperature or warmer in your oven, and make sure that they get nice and puffy like this, and that they come up to the top of the pan. So now we're going to take our cinnamon buns out of the oven, and we're going to take the pot of water out of the oven so that there's nothing else in there. We're going to make sure that we have an oven rack right in the middle, and we're going to start preheating our oven to 375. If you want to use convection bake, you're welcome to do that if your oven has that. And then we're just going to let that come up to temperature. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to cover these up so that they don't dry out on the top. I just have plastic that I keep. You find a nice big bag, you just reuse it over and over. And we're just going to let the oven come to temperature, and then we're going to plop these in there. So if you guys, I saw that a couple of people were working just a little bit behind the group. So if you need more time to let those buns rise to the top, then by all means do that. Don't put them in at the same time that we are, but make sure that they're nice and puffy and that they're the top of the pan before you put them in. But you can follow along and see what we're doing. And then if yours need a little bit longer to rise, then just take that little bit of extra time. And you can keep them out on your counter, or if you feel like they need a lot more rising time, you can keep them in your warm oven. Just make sure you don't turn on your oven while they're in there, or they'll start baking. Okay, so yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about my upcoming classes, but first I'll ask if anybody else has any questions about where their cinnamon buns are at right now, or about the process in general.
Yeah, there's a
Question.
when you put the buttered plastic on the buns to freeze, do you wrap them directly on the buns?
Yeah, so this is what I would do to freeze them. I would put the buttered plastic right on top of the buns, and then I would cover the whole tray with more plastic, or put that in a paper bag as well, just so it has like a bit of a double layer protection, so it doesn't get freezer burnt on you.
Maybe say you took the pot of water out of it.
I did, yeah. And so make sure when you're preheating your oven to take the pot of water out. You don't want to melt anything in there.
Why do you suggest that if using a glass pan, it should be on a lower third of the oven?
So yeah, so the glass pan, if it's on the lower third of the oven, it's gonna get more heat from the bottom than it is for the top. So I find that the glass pans tend to take longer to heat up. So during that part where the glass is heating up, the tops are exposed. Well, they're actually the bottom of the buns, but the top of the pan is exposed, so that gets more heat. So by putting it lower, you're reducing the temperature on the top, increasing the temperature on the bottom. That has more of a chance for the glass to get saturated with heat and then bake them more evenly.
Can you repeat the oven temperature?
Yes, the oven temperature is 375 Fahrenheit. And you can use convection or no convection. That's up to you.
Hi, Jared.
Hi.
Hi. I'm not sure if mine are ready. First of all, my pan is quite high. It's 2 inches high.
Yeah, sure.
And I realize I didn't cut them very evenly,
Right.
as evenly as I thought. Certainly the 2 end pieces are almost at the top. They're maybe
Okay.
half an inch from the top, and the other ones have puffed up nicely. So I'm just wondering if I'm ready to go. Or...
Sure. Let's. Can you spotlight for Renee? That's Anne White.
White.
Yeah. So we'll just spotlight you, and then we'll get you to show.
Okay.
Okay.
A second. I have to see where I can turn it around.
Sure.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
You see them?
Yeah, I do. They're all nice and risen into each other, so that looks like that they're going to come up in the oven nicely. So I would start preheating your oven and
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay,
for
thank
sure.
you.
No problem. Yeah, because every pan might not be the same depth, right? And
Right.
if you want to spotlight me again there, Renee. So yeah, we'll talk about something called oven spring. So the oven spring is when you first put a dough into the oven to bake, and the heat gives the yeast like a last big hurrah for it to really push. And that last rising before the yeast stops rising is called the oven spring. So for me, it's always better to put your dough, bread, buns, etc. in the oven before they get too puffy. If they get so puffy that they start collapsing, then they're not going to have that push in the oven. Whereas if they're slightly under, that's better, because when you put it in the oven, that last burst of yeast activity is going to push them up closer to where they are. So you want to find that balance between not risen enough and risen too high, and find that sweet spot in the middle. And everybody's temperature is different. So can you mute that? Thanks. And everybody's temperature is different in their house. So some people might take, an hour and a half to rise. Some people might take an hour. So really, the time is just a guideline, and you should be using your eyes, and you could give it a poke just to see if it's full of air, and kind of go by that rather than strictly going by the time.
On convection, should you change the temperature?
Yeah, so our oven, when I put it on convection, it automatically drops the temperature down. So if I was putting it on bake at 375, it would just be 375. But when I put it on convection 375, it will only go up to 350. So it compensates by taking away 25 degrees, because it's actually going to be hotter in there with the temperature circulating. So if you don't have that feature, then I would put it at 350 on convection. Does that make sense? Hope so. Okay. Any other questions? I see somebody's hand is raised there. Judy, yes.
Yeah, what about a fan assisted oven? Do you change the temperature for that?
I think that's just convection. That's what I have too, is just like the fan in there. So if that's what you have, I might reduce the temperature by about, anywhere from 15 to 25 degrees.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I'm just gonna start talking about some of my other classes while the oven is preheating. And at any time, if you have any questions, just you type it in the chat or just let me know and we can address those as well. So I have some upcoming classes. One of them is called Intro or Learn to Bake Artisan Bread. So we use the overnight rise method, and there's no kneading involved. You just mix the ingredients together. So the night before the class, you have a self-directed task of just mixing flour, water, yeast, and salt together. And we leave it in the bowl. You don't knead it or anything. All you do is mix all the ingredients together and you leave it in the bowl for the next morning. And when the class starts, we take that out of the bowl and we shape it, we let it rise, and then we bake it in a Dutch oven. If you don't have a Dutch oven, I also show how to bake that in regular loaf pans as well. Now, the interesting thing about the Dutch oven for baking bread is that this goes in the oven while it's preheating. And so this gets super saturated with heat, and it's very heavy material. It's enameled cast. And when we put the bread in there, in the preheated Dutch oven, and we close the lid, what we're actually doing is creating an oven within our oven. So the bread is in there, and as it's baking, it's releasing moisture, but the moisture is trapped because the lid is on. So it actually steams the outside of the bread while it's baking. And what that does is it mimics a bakery oven that has steam injection in it. So what the steam does is it makes the surface of the dough more pliable, a bit wetter, so it has more opportunity to rise and really get a nice open, airy structure on the inside of it, and a nice thin, crispy crust when you're done with it. So this method is super easy. It's just those 4 ingredients. You mix it the night before, the next day you form it, you let it rise, and I'll show you what that looks like. This is a banneton. So these are specifically designed for bread. And what happens is, because that dough is a bit softer, a bit stickier, it doesn't hold its form as much. If you were to just let it rise on its own, it would just sort of flatten out. So we let it rise in the banneton, and then when it's time to bake it in the Dutch oven, we flip it out of the banneton and then we plop it into the Dutch oven. And if you don't have one of these, the same thing can be achieved using some similar size bowl. And then we line this with just a dish towel with some flour, and we let the dough rise in there. So that's a fun class, and it's a great one to have in your bread making skill set, because just like this, it's great for baking whenever you like. So you say, for instance, you wanted to bake on a Sunday afternoon, or your Saturday looks really busy. If you wanted to, on a Friday night, you could mix the dough, and then the next morning you could put it in the banneton to rise, and then put it in the fridge, just like you would do with the cinnamon buns if you wanted to bake it later. So really those steps are very short, and you could, if you just plan ahead a little bit, you can incorporate that into your schedule quite easily.
Someone just joined, so if you could come up on the other cam.
Sure. Somebody just joined. So what we're doing is we're taking the buns and the pot out of your oven, so there's nothing in your oven, and we have the rack in the middle, and we're preheating it to 375 Fahrenheit. So that's for those of you who just joined. I also have a pizza class. It's my favorite class. I love making pizzas, and it's the same dough as we use for the artisan bread. So it's an easy thing to incorporate into your schedule. And this dough is going to be better than anything that you can buy at the store. It's going to be like restaurant quality dough. And we mix it the night before, and then the next morning we divide it into dough balls, and then we stretch those dough balls out. And on one pizza, we do a classic Italian margherita style pizza. So that has San Marzano tomatoes, which are a type of tomato from a certain region in Italy that are well renowned for their flavor. We use fresh mozzarella or just regular mozzarella, fresh basil, and that's it. Yeah, just like the tomato sauce, the basil, and the fresh mozzarella. And we make the margherita style pizza. And then the second pizza, you can make whatever topping that you like on it. So that's a fun class and a great one to have under your belt as well, because even if you wanted to make pizza during the week, on the weekend, you could just make that easy dough, divide up your pizza dough balls, and then just keep them in the fridge. And I've used those 5 to 6 days later, they're still excellent. So if you don't have time during the week, but you want to have a nice pizza dinner one time, you can just make the dough whenever you have time and then just keep it in the fridge. We do have a question.
Just how to sign up for your classes.
Oh, how to sign up for the classes. Yeah. So you can go to winnipegbread.com, or you can search Winnipeg Bread on Eventbrite. And there's links on my website and on Eventbrite on how to register for the classes. And as far as the sauce, yes, I do teach you how to make the sauce as well. So it's a really excellent sauce because these San Marzano tomatoes, they come canned from Italy, and they're whole tomatoes, and they come in a little bit of a like tomato sauce. So what you do is you strain them out so you just have the whole tomatoes left, and then you blend that with a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of oregano and salt, and it makes this really nice, basic, but really tasty sauce. And then if you want some extra kick to it, you can sprinkle more oregano on top before the toppings go on. I like to put those dried chilies on there as well for a little bit of heat sometimes. So the sauce is also really excellent, yes. Yeah, so actually my oven has come to temperature. I don't know how yours is doing. Can I get like kind of a feel of how it's going for you guys over there? You still need more time for your oven to heat up?
Yeah.
I think so. Okay, we'll give it another like, I'll set a little timer for like maybe 5 minutes.
Well, good here, so just, you know.
Couple of what?
Good here,
Okay,
like
okay,
it's
great.
already-
Yeah, we'll wait 5 minutes and then we'll put them in. Another class is challah. So that's Challah. I can't say it very well, but it's a bread of Jewish origin, and it's braided, and it's like an egg bread. So it has egg yolks in it, and then you make a nice braid out of it, and you put an egg wash and maybe some sesame seeds or poppy seeds on it, and you end up with a nice braided loaf of soft like egg bread. And that bread is amazing like the next day for French toast. I really like it for that. Another class is pull apart buns, like pan buns, dinner rolls. We make a dough similar to what we did this morning. We knead it. There's some sugar in it. There's some butter in it. And we make 24 buns, and we bake them all in a same type of pan. It's a 9x13 pan, and they all rise into each other, and they're those kind of pull apart dinner rolls. And we brush them with butter after they come out of the oven, and they're amazing. And what else? What am I missing? Dinner rolls, challah, pizza, intro. Oh, focaccia. I don't know if you guys have had focaccia before, but that's a really nice, easy one too. It's an overnight dough. So we mix it the night before, and then the next day, it's so simple. We line a pan with parchment paper, and we just empty that dough right into that pan and just kind of stretch it out a little bit. And then we let that rise. And then once it's risen, we dimple it with our fingers. We add some olive oil and whatever else you'd like to put on there. You can add fresh herbs or tomatoes or cheeses or olives or jalapenos, whatever you like. And then we bake that and it becomes this really nice, fluffy bread that you can cut up and usually served along with like dinner or something like that. But it's a great one to wow your friends and have very little effort to put into it. So I really enjoy that class as well. And I feel like that's probably it for the classes that I have.
Someone said they just took dinner roll last Saturday. And it's been great. So-
Oh, great. Thank you for that, Bob. Yeah, so that's the classes. And like I said, you can go to www.winnipegbread.com and check these classes out, or you can just search for Winnipeg Bread on Eventbrite and you should find my profile and it'll list all my classes in there. And I was going to say too, today, if you're going to be taking pictures of your bread and posting it on Facebook or anything like that, I'd love it if you tagged me in those photos. And you can search for me on Facebook, just Winnipeg Bread, and Instagram, same thing, Winnipeg Bread. I'll be sending out some emails after the class just for a follow-up. If you enjoyed today's class and you feel like leaving me a review on Google or on my website, that'd be much appreciated. And you'll also get a link to the class video. So the link will be on YouTube, but it's not public. So it's only for people that have the link. So you guys will have the link. You'll be able to view it whenever you like and go back to it, take the class over again, or just go back to a certain part if you couldn't remember how to do something. And it should be a handy tool for you if you want to make it again in the future. All right, we're getting close to putting the bread in the oven. And you can see here that mine aren't exactly even either. Like these end pieces are hard to gauge sometimes. So this guy's quite a bit bigger than those, but you do it enough times and you just develop a technique for yourself on how to get them even. And like I said, if they're not perfect, it doesn't matter because they're still going to taste delicious anyways. So now that our ovens have reached their temperature, I'm just going to put this right in the middle rack, right in the middle, and set a timer for, I think I have 20 minutes on here, 15 to 30. So I'm going to put that in the oven, set a timer for 15 minutes, and just have a peek at them after 15 minutes, just to see where they're at. So if your oven is preheated, please put the buns in. And then I'm going to set a timer for 15 minutes. So there's a couple of things that I do quite often when I'm baking bread, and one of them is to have a sheet of aluminum foil on hand that's large enough that it'll cover the bun. So the reason I have that is because ovens aren't perfect in their heat distribution, and sometimes the tops of the buns that are exposed here will get really brown before the sides and the bottom are ready. So if that's the case, sometimes I just put a sheet of foil loosely over top with a shiny side up, so it reflects some of the heat away from the top and the bottom has a chance to catch up. So I don't always have to use it, but I like to have it close by just in case. Another thing that you should have close by when we're checking the buns is just something like a spatula and your oven mitts, because when it looks like they're brown on the top, the next thing I like to do is to just pull it gently away from the side and just kind of peek in there and see if the sides are brown or not. And if they need more time, then I'll leave it in the oven with a sheet of aluminum foil over top. But if they're good to go, then they're good to go.
You already talked about this thing.
And one thing we can do now, while we're waiting, is to have some sort of tray to put these buns onto. So I have a cookie sheet here, and I have a piece of parchment on it. And the reason for that is, show you here. Once we take the buns out, the tops here are actually the bottom, right? So we're gonna take this whole thing and we're gonna put pan over top of it, and then we're gonna flip it over like this, and then we're gonna take this away, and now all that sticky stuff that was on the bottom is now all on the top of this. So I like to get myself something that I can flip it out onto that's bigger than this. And I like to have parchment here just to help with the cleanup later on, because when that sugar kind of dries on there, it can get a little bit sticky. So if you want to get yourself something at least the same size or larger than your pan to flip the buns out later. Any questions? Also, if there was anything about the registration process or joining the Zoom meeting that you found tricky or confusing or anything like that, I'd love it if you sent me an email and let me know so I can work on making that better for next time as well. I usually like to show you a couple of my favorite cookbooks, bread books, while the bread is baking. And the first one I'll show you is this book called My Bread by Jim Leahy. It's not the same Jim Leahy from Trailer Park Boys, if you guys watch that. Different guy. He really revolutionized the home baking method using that Dutch oven and the no knead technique, like I was telling you about. The artisan bread class that I teach is his recipe. So the book itself has a bunch of very simple recipes. Most of them I think are no knead, so it's just mixing the night before. And you can see that here he shows a scale as well. So a lot of the books that I use, and especially professional bread books, will have mostly weights instead of like cup measurements. So if you're not using a kitchen scale for your baking yet, I really do suggest starting that. And this also has, different recipes like focaccia in it, and it's all really kind of straightforward and very doable, even if you don't have a lot of experience. And if you're interested in having a look at those books, on my website, winnipegbread.com, on the menu, there's something called products. And so those are my recommended products. They're all just from Amazon, and you'll find these bread books in there, as well as other things like Vanitins and Dutch ovens and kitchen scales and things like that. So if you just wanted to have a look at some of the stuff that I recommend, you could do that as well. Now this book is super great. So Flour, Water, Salt, and Yeast by Ken Forkish. So see this bread here? That's the artisan bread that we make in the class. And see the way that it's opening up like that? That's because unlike other methods, this guy likes to put the loaf to bake with the seams facing up instead of the seams down. Because what happens during that oven spring is it looks for weak spots in the dough to break open. So if you have the seams on the top, as it's rising, it might break open along those seams and have a chance to really expand and do its stuff. And it gives it that kind of rustic look to it. And if you notice too, it's very dark. It's almost like, you know, caramel, brownish, burnt color. And that's very typical with a lot of European style breads and a lot of higher hydration breads. So these kind of doughs are stickier than you'd be used to working with. And we don't need them, so they don't need to be like, our hands won't stick to them as much because we handle them a lot less. So we can make them even wetter, and a wet dough becomes very airy actually when it's baked at high temperatures like that. It really expands and becomes kind of soft and chewy rather than like a tight structure on the inside like sandwich bread or something. So this book has artisan bread. A lot of them are the no knead technique as well. It has excellent recipes for pizza and for ciabatta. And see, look at that sort of internal structure that I was telling you about over here. Is it's kind of got those large open air pockets, and it's like very chewy. It's a great bread for ripping apart and dipping in olive oil and balsamic vinegar, for example, or butter, of course. And for those of you who are interested in sourdough, I don't offer a sourdough class because it's just a little bit too complicated for online getting everybody on the same page with the same starter that's very active. So if you're interested in learning to make sourdough bread, I highly recommend this book. It's called Tartine Bread. This is a bakery in San Francisco, and they show how to start your sourdough starter from the beginning all the way to baking with a lot of like excellent step-by-step instructions and lots of pictures so that you kind of know what's going on along the way. This is a very well-used book for me, and it really taught me how to make a proper sourdough. Before I got this book, it was kind of hit and miss, and I didn't completely understand the whole process. But this is like school textbook quality. It's going to get really detailed about what's going on with your sourdough. So those are my favorite bread books, and of course there's other ones and there's newer ones out there, and I just hope that I can pass on my enthusiasm to you guys for baking. And my journey for baking, it involves a lot of stuff that came out of the oven that was disastrous. So don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid that some things aren't going to turn out that great. Each one of those is an opportunity to figure out what went wrong and then try and tweak it for the next time. And eventually you find a method that works for you. And yeah, practice makes perfect kind of thing. Anybody have any questions? I can smell those cinnamon buns already, so that's making me happy. Hope you guys can start smelling that soon. There's 4 minutes left on my timer. Now I know that they need longer than that, but I usually set it for less time during these classes because sometimes people's ovens can run really hot, and what would take my buns 20 or 25 minutes might only take 15 minutes for you guys. So I'm going to have a look at them at 15 minutes, and I'll show you guys what mine look like, and then just as a guide to where yours should be as well. Have you got any, what internal temperature? That's a great question. So for years and years and years, like I'm talking like 30 plus years, I just took bread out of the oven and it just kind of, you know, when it's ready because you can look at the bottom of it, and if it's baked all the way around and you kind of tap on the bottom of something like bread, it feels hollow. The bread should feel a little bit light, and it should have like a little bit of a hollow drum sound on it. And you can't really do that with cinnamon buns. So you just try and get it so that it's, you know, browned everywhere and hope for the best on the inside. But lately I've started to use my thermometer as well. And just as a, you know, a secondary check, just to make sure. For instance, I was making focaccia not too long ago. It looked nice and brown on the inside, but I put this in there and it didn't quite reach the temperature, which is 190 Fahrenheit. So if it was less than 190, it means it still needs some time to bake. So I knew I had to put it back in there. So now I do that all the time. So it's 190 Fahrenheit or higher should be good for your bread products. Having said that though, if you have a sourdough or a focaccia that's very high hydration, you might want to push that up a little bit more because you want the center of that baked properly. So you can push it from like 205 to 210, but basically most breads after 190 Fahrenheit are good to be removed. Any other questions? Okay. I'm just going to turn on my oven light and just have a peek at them. See what's happening in there. Yeah, they look nice. They're starting to brown up on the top. So when it comes to baking things, I always make sure that mine are almost brown everywhere. Cinnamon buns are a little bit different because they can be a little bit softer, but for breads especially, for the last stage of baking, I'll often take the bread right out of the pan and put it directly on the rack. And that gives it a chance to get evenly baked all the way around from the sides to the bottom to the top. And once that is a nice deep brown color, then I know that the inside's going to be nice. And also when it cools, it's not going to collapse in on itself because it's not, because it's underbaked, basically. So if you're to take something out just when it starts getting golden brown, it might be the right temperature, but if you let that cool, it might squish, and while you're cutting it, it might not be great. So I always make sure that I have a nice crust. Okay, that is my timer for 15 minutes. You guys don't have to take your buns out, but I'll show you what mine look like after 15 minutes. Okay, so you can see there's browning. There's a lot of browning, especially on the side ones there. But then you look at the middle here, and there's still a lot that's very, very soft and very light colored. So I'm going to just put a temperature probe in there and see where we're at. So it says like 154. So I definitely need more time in the oven. So I'm going to put them back in, and I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. So you guys might want to check yours now too. Make sure they're not burning on the top. I'm just going to set a timer. And I usually go about 5 minutes at a time, maybe 3 minutes closer to the finish.
The question was, when do you use convection oven rather than just regular bake?
Oh yeah, okay, so convection, I almost always use convection when I'm baking, and the only time I don't is if I'm baking with the Dutch oven, because the Dutch oven preheats and becomes its own environment, so you don't need convection for that. But if I have like a pan loaf or cinnamon buns or anything like that, I'll use convection. Just because it is better for distributing the heat. But if you're trying to make something that's got a really thin crust to it, and you want to use a little bit of like steam in your oven, then I wouldn't use convection. So for example, this is a technique that I use with just pan bread. I have an oven safe cast, enameled cast pan, and I put this on the very bottom rack while the oven is preheating, and it gets super, super hot. And then when I put my loaf pan in, I'll pour boiling water into this when it's in the oven, and that'll generate a bunch of steam. And then I close the door and I bake the loaf for the first 10 or 15 minutes with the steam, and then I take this out and finish it. And so that gives the whole oven a very steamy, hot environment for the crust of the bread to really expand and kind of push up that inside to get a nice structure on the inside.
If internal temperature is 200, are they done?
If the internal temperature is 200, then yes, they are done. So if yours, you know, now it could be, people's might be ready to pull out at any time now. So what I suggest is after that 15-minute bake, just check on them every 3 to 5 minutes just to make sure you're not overdoing it. And I'll show you when my timer is up here, that little technique that I have for pulling it away from the sides like that, just so you can look in and see if those sides are also browned up. And if they're browned up and the internal temperature is 200, then you're good to go. You can just take them out of the oven. I usually wait a couple of minutes before I flip them out. You know, you can wait, you can do it right away, or you can just let it cool slightly, but you don't want to leave it too long or it'll just kind of harden in the pan like that. So my timer isn't quite gone off yet, but I'll show you what I'm talking about when I check the sides here. So I had to grab the pan, and then I just put my little spatula on the side and I pull it away so I can see the sides, and I can see that they're browning up nicely. And if I measure internal temperature, it says I'm at 194, 195. So the tops are brown, sides are brown, and it's higher than 190 Fahrenheit. I'm taking these out of the oven. So if you guys have any questions about when yours are ready, just let me know, but it should be any time now, and just take them out when the tops and the sides are nice and brown. And if you do have an internal thermometer like this, check the internal temperature, and if it's higher than 190 Fahrenheit, it's good to go. So I usually get my pan ready to flip these out. And I'm just going to demonstrate that for you guys right now. I know you might still have yours in the oven, but if you just want to take a peek here, I just put a piece of parchment over top, and then I put the pan over top like this. And then with my oven mitts, I just kind of push this over the edge of the counter so I can grab a hold of it. And then I have it like this, and I just turn it upside down and then grab this. You might need to kind of pry it off with your spatula, and it should come out nice and easy. And there we go. Soft, sticky, delicious. And then all this good stuff on the bottom, you can either just eat that with a spoon if you're crazy, like me, or just scrape it all onto the top of your buns. So how is everybody feeling about theirs? Do you have questions about whether or not you should take them out or not, or? And if you do have yours out of the oven and you feel like showing them to the class, by all means, let me know, or let Renee know here, and she'll spotlight your camera for you. Okay, we're gonna look at Bob's. Nice job, Bob. That's awesome. Anybody else? Jennifer? Yeah. Okay, just 1 second, Jennifer. We're going to spotlight your camera here. Very nice. Very nice. They came up really nice and high, eh? Excellent.
Melanie, okay, 1 second, I gotta find this. Okay.
Nice.
Raisins.
Awesome.
Kimberly?
Awesome. Okay, Kimberly.
Okay, here we go. I hope y'all can
Wait a
see.
second.
You'll see?
Not yet. We're just finding in, then we're going to spotlight your camera. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Very nice. Very nice. How do they smell?
Heavenly.
Excellent.
Who's next? Oh,
This is Anne. I can't seem to find the wave, but I could show mine.
okay, 1 second. Let's have a look.
If you can see them just a second.
Yeah.
Mine. Whoops.
Very, very nice. Yeah, and if you guys don't have social media and you want to send me a picture of them, that's awesome too. You can just email me a picture and I'll put them up on my social media.
Anyone else? Or would I go back to you?
Anyone else?
Mine are still cooking.
Okay. Yeah, so for you guys, if your yours are out of the oven, then that's awesome. You guys can take off anytime you like, but for those of you who still have them in the oven, I'll stick around, and if you need any help. Oh, I see Catherine. Hold on one second, Catherine.
Here you go, Catherine, sorry.
Okay, Catherine, you're blurry though. Oh, there we go. Oh, no blurry. They look very blurry. How did you do that? Sorry, we can't see them. It's, I guess it's focusing weird on them, but
Okay, Paula next.
okay.
Paula's ready.
Paula. Nice. Definitely got nice and puffy. Yeah.
Okay, I think Catherine's is back. I'm
Okay,
going
Catherine,
back.
let's go. It's Catherine.
Oh, sorry. I think it was back, or I think it was less blurry. What is it?
There. Oh, yeah.
Background on.
Oh, maybe.
blur
Yeah.
back,
Yeah.
But it was.
Okay, we can see glimpses of them. They look amazing.
Okay, anyone else?
Catherine, okay, got that. Alex. Can you find Alex?
Yes, Alex.
Oh, wow, look at those. You guys are pros, aren't you? Yeah.
Ringers in here.
Yeah. These guys just came from their shift at the bakery, I'm sure of it. Beautiful.
Anyone else? I see it there. Oh, sure, yeah. Alex.
Okay.
Wait,
Catherine just said took the blur off, so if we want to go back to her,
Okay, yeah,
we'll go back to her.
It was nice to see.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are great. Awesome. Well, thank you for your comments there. And yeah, thanks again for joining the class. Feel free to leave a review. I would love it if you did. And join me for another class. And yeah, enjoy those cinnamon buns. If anybody still wants me to stick around, if theirs are in the oven and they just want a hand with that, just let me know. But otherwise, I'll just end the class for today. And yeah, watch out for that email, the follow-up email with the review links and the other email with the video links for you. And yeah, that's it. Thanks so much for coming out today.
Thank you. We'll see you at the pizza one.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Great. The pizza one was great.
Awesome.
Last night? Or?
No, we took it in January, I think.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it was great. We make it all the time now.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I think it's kind of people's go-to dough. I mean, I make my for myself all the time too. I don't do anything different. So
yeah, it was great. These we can't wait to get into them.
Awesome.
Oh, good.
And of course, if you know, they're day olds or whatever, if they make it that long, you can just slice them in half, butter them, and then fry them. Oh, so good.
I finally got them out.
Excellent.
Okay. So
And
I'm gonna
done.
highlight you just 1 second.
Woo. I put nuts on them too, so.
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Very
Yeah.
nice. Very
Thank
nice.
you. I
Excellent.
signed up for the pizza one too, so my husband we want to do an outside pizza oven, so it'll be
Oh,
very.
perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you so much. This was really great.
Okay, well, thank you for joining.
You have a great day.
Yeah, you too. All right. I'm going to end the meeting now. So everybody have a great day.
Oh, there's a new message.
Oh, new message.
Then, just in case people aren't just saying goodbye.
Okay.
Okay, a couple of people sending pictures, so.
Okay, yeah. And like I said, send pictures, email me pictures, winnipegbread@gmail.com, and I'll be sure to put that up on my Instagram and my Facebook, which is also just Winnipeg Bread. Okay, right on, guys. Thanks so much, and have a great day. And if you just want to end it, Renee, you can
Okay, yeah,
end
I
it.
won't do that.